Okay, let's do that. Microphone looks good. Check, check, check. Yeah, perfect. All right. I'm sorry, I still have a cold. And sometimes I sound like Johnny Cash, I guess. It's getting better, but sorry for the noise in advance. Okay, so we've been working on GrammarKit documentation. And what we want to try out is essentially easing off all the work with a bit of automated analysis and automated evidence and information extraction, right? And so the core part is not getting the documentation out perfectly. The core part is, can we extract reliable information about the project for user-facing documentation? That's the core thing. And I think it works pretty well. And today I'm going to restructure basically the outline, because the outline is one of the main inputs. So the outline of what needs to be documented, how is it structured, what menu points do we have, and so on and so forth. And the outline is still my first, I think my first iteration. So I just created it, looked quickly over it. It sounded good, but I think we can trim it down quite a bit. And that's what we're going to do. So we're going to trim down the outline quite a bit, try to condense it, try to put nodes that are similar and maybe don't need a separate menu item together. And then we can try the whole deal essentially on the new outline. So I won't create all the documentation in one, but we can try to create the evidence ledgers for certain menu points, and we can create documentation for that. And I think last time I worked on that, I think the agent that extracts the I quite don't remember. I think either the agent that extracts the evidence from the source code, or the one that plants the topic, right, just went too far. So it was not instructed to create documentation for the evidence and the topic, and only for that, right? So keep the scope very narrow. So, and I think we fixed that. Let's look on our topic architect. And see what we did here. So structure-based and evidence files, you're an evidence reader. You can, yeah, okay, so that was the other thing we fixed last time, right? So we have agents that can access actually the source code and extract information, and then we have agents that are not allowed to do that at all, right? Because when we didn't have that, what happened was basically that we have these the code analyst who goes into the GrammarKit source code, extracts all the information, points to it, and then at a later stage, for instance, the example generator or the topic architect went off on its own and did some research, right? Completely unnecessary. So, and the only thing, so there are a few points I'm worried about. We need to see how that works. But the other thing that we should have fixed is not access GrammarKit source code, only read evidence files. I think that's wrong, right? So it's allowed to read. Is it allowed? No, probably not. So let me see. So we have this, we have that. I think that's design rules, evidence based on a structure based solely on available evidence. No speculation. Okay, process. Map evidence to each outline bullet point. Identify any gaps between outline and evidence. Create structure that follows the outline exactly. I'm not sure about that, but yeah. Note any outline items without supporting evidence. Okay. Okay, so we take that as a given. And I think the first thing we should do is probably start a new branch and try to get a better outline. So I'm not quite sure how we do that, but let's see if we can manage that. So give me 1 second. Here we go. We go to there. Okay. All right. So let's go here and say, okay, we're in main. Branches have diverged. Why? We don't even, okay, so we don't even want GrammarKit to be tracked at all. I think we can change that here somewhere. There's Git, and we have version control, GitHub. Okay. Where is the roots thing? No, that's not it. Okay, let's forget it. Let's forget about that. See what we got here. So it looks clean. We got some stuff in GrammarKit. That comes from because I built the project. So that's all in bin. And it should be of no interest at all. So basically we can take that here and say remove. Yep, delete. Now let's check what we got. So there is a mysterious class path here that I have no clue where it comes from, but I think we can also delete them. Okay, no changes at all. It's good. Okay, let's make a new branch. Let's call it feature trim outline. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, so we got that. Now, let's actually have a look on the outline. Where are we? Outline. So why does it show me things that are in virtual environment? Project source files. Okay, there should be an outline. Probably because it's not a source file, but just documentation. So I think we had it under info documentation outline. So why does documentation outline? Okay, so project source files is probably wrong. Project files, so here. General documentation outline patterns. No. Why is the search so off? Okay. Documentation. I wrote it with that. So, okay. There we go. Okay, so this is our outline at the moment. So, the thing is, so what I was thinking is, we probably don't need. Okay, so I like this section. Okay, so an overview, key features and capabilities. I don't know, maybe yeah, maybe no, because when we have a page like key features and capabilities, right, then you have already lots of very technical information. Relationship to IntelliJ platform language support is a good one. So when they use GrammarKit is a nice section. I like that. Prerequisites, I don't know, IntelliJ IDEA basics, and it was really awful. So this one was really awful because let us look at it why it was awful. I think there were lots of stuff in there that I wouldn't have written. So I think it was just make serve. Was it? Yeah. So exception terminal. Command, argument, cat, make file, and so on. No such file or directory. What's going on? One second. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So yeah, so let us look why it was not that good. So I need to rearrange the windows here a bit. Okay, so I have the chat here. Here. Give me that. I think that should be okay here, and then we can make click. Okay, so why was it bad? So getting started, there was a, do we even have, so it's, here's an introduction to GrammarKit, core features, GrammarKit basics, when they use. So why was it bad? To use GrammarKit, you need IntelliJ IDEA. Okay, GrammarKit is an IntelliJ IDEA plugin. Yeah, you should know how to install plugins, create projects. No, you don't need to know because we tell you in the installation. Java knowledge. GrammarKit generates Java code. You need to read Java code, understand basic object-oriented concepts, and work with Java project structures. Okay. I'm not sure if anyone who's looking for GrammarKit doesn't know that. So, and here I think that was the one that really stuck out for me. Parsing concepts. Understanding a BNF notation, tokens versus rules, and basic parsing concept helps, but isn't mandatory. No. So anyone who tries to do something meaningful will need to learn this stuff along the way. Otherwise, there's no way you can create a meaningful grammar. GrammarKit's live preview and examples make these concepts concrete as you work. Yeah, I agree. 10%. If you've never seen a grammar or don't know BNFs, I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no. So here, I think there doesn't need to be a complete example at this stage. Integration with IntelliJ platform, GrammarKit has been included, and so on. I think that's. I'm not sure what this sentence is supposed to be and where it comes from. So where it is found in the evidence, right? GrammarKit has been included in the IntelliJ platform since version 12.1. So it's not included in the platform, right? It's still separate. What probably happened is that, yeah, it's pretty much the go-to tool if you just have a BNF and want to create a parser for it. And that, I agree with that, right? The generated code integrates seamlessly with IntelliJ's language support framework. Yeah. So we got additional resources and editorial notes. So, and I'm not sure, right? I'm not sure I want all that for every page. Next steps, additional resources. I don't know. These need to be linked to the actual source files on GitHub, I guess, if we have. But why would you have that on an introduction to GrammarKit? So we will tune that. So what else we got? So installation and setup. So installing GrammarKit plugin. So via IDE Marketplace, I think that's the go-to one. Version requirements again, right? We already had that here somewhere. Where is it? Here. Requires Java 17 or higher. Why is it there again? Verifying installation. I'm not sure if we already created that. Yeah, we did. So here it comes again. So, and that's what basically someone who writes the documentation would never do, right? Repeat stuff over and over again. So I want to have this separation of concerns where it can be linked, it can be interconnected, the information, but I don't want to have the same information on every page. So do we have that here? I'm not sure where this. Okay, so we can check. So I think here the quick start tutorial is not needed. Right? And the reason I'm thinking that is what we could do is we take simply that quick start tutorial and put it, and there is no tutorials here, but I want to have tutorials. What's an advanced topic? So I think it's so much stuff here. I think that's too much. So we have core concepts, right? Core concepts, this is basically the BNF syntax, the attribute system. And here again, I'm not sure because we have this separation, right? One is you need the grammar and you need to know how to write it and how to work with that. And then you generate from the grammar the parser and lexer stuff. So that's one thing, right? And then you have basically the plugin part where you can use the tools to test out the stuff, to get code inside and so on. So I'm not sure if it shouldn't be separated. Right, so separate the plugin features that are UI from the whole grammar and generating stuff. So then we have parser development. So a lot of the things, so except that this page is old anyway, right? But a lot of the things are already explained here. So my thinking is, shouldn't we have one core concepts menu point here and then include BNF grammar syntax, attribute system, maybe designing, obviously expression parsing, because that's one topic that is pretty popular. Error recovery is pretty important. So then we have code generation, parser generation, lexer generation, PSI customization. Then we have IDE integration. Then we have build integration, right? So what you can do is you have your grammar and you generate the parser just by clicking generate parser, right? That is a feature of the plugin. But what you can also do is you have it in your build setup in Gradle, like I do. I'm not using the GrammarKit stuff. I'm using the GrammarKit stuff, but only for the lexer. So I have a lexer definition and it gets created automatically. And I'm using the GrammarKit because it's also included in GrammarKit. So I use that. So, but should that be a separate point? I don't know. So then we have advanced topics, external rules, grammar composition, performance optimization. Okay. I think, so my thinking is external rules, grammar composition, and probably also performance optimization, because this is mostly done in the grammar, I guess. I'm not sure what the outline says, what this should contain, right? That could also go into where we discuss the whole grammar stuff. So, and then we got troubleshooting, common issue, debugging techniques, migration guide. Migration guide. Okay, so we need to check what migration is. Then we have reference. So that's probably a nice thing to have. Parser configuration, PSI configuration. So is it clear? So this reference document documents all attributes available in GrammarKit for controlling parser generation, PSI configuration, and parsing behavior. Attributes configure how GrammarKit generates code from your BNF grammar. I mean, is it big enough, by the way? I don't know. I guess if no one complains, it's okay. Make that a bit larger. Come on, got one more, 150. So from your BNF grammar and determine the structure and behavior of the generated parser and PSI classes. So, okay, so the scope is good because it depends. Is it a rule? It needs to be explained, right? Is it a global attribute, or does it go behind a rule? Global. So here we have rule pattern, rule. Okay, that's good. That's the page is actually pretty good. So the question is, should we explain more in the description? And okay, so what is here? Parser configuration. Quick reference, then we have parser configuration. Ooh. Who created that page? Pretty nice. So parser class, global string, generated based on grammar file name. That's the default, yeah. So specifies the full qualified name of the generated parser class. This class contains all parsing methods and integrates IntelliJ's parsing infrastructure. The parser class extends common IntelliJ length C parser and implements the parsing logic and so on, which each are. This page is actually pretty good. So I vote for keeping the reference definitely here. So, and I think the attribute reference here that was done. That was done before we had the evidence ledger. Pretty sure about that. Metadata, getting started, core concepts. Christ. What does it say about the reference? So the reference is good. Writing guidelines. Okay, FHQ. Resources and so okay, wait. Get not terms and concepts. Keyboard shortcuts. So this is 9.4. Okay, so that's good. That's good. So what does it say here? Attributes. Complete attribute list. Global attributes, rule attributes, pattern attributes, deprecated attributes. Does it contain deprecated stuff? Advanced features? No, it does not. Right? Attributes, maybe more down. Token, practical examples, common attribute combinations. Common attribute combinations. What does it say here? So that's useless, right? Just pasting. Practical example, expression grammar with precedence. Robust statement parsing. So we have error recovery here. Recover while statement recover. Okay. If statement is if, and then open parentheses, statement else clause, pin to 1. Condition is expression. What? Okay, I definitely need to read up on that. Okay, so basically I want to somehow restructure the whole stuff in the middle here. Troubleshooting, reference, so IDE integration, parser definition. Okay, so that's core concepts, parser development. Okay. Okay, so first things first. How many points do we have? 9 reference? No more than 9, right? So with the appendices, okay, so let's plan. Your task is to analyze the outline, documentation outline. And restructure it in a educationally meaningful way. The goal is to have, okay, so how many points are we aiming for? So we got home, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. To have less, fewer, I think is the right word, fewer main sections. I can't even, I think I can't even, right? I cannot even navigate to here, can I? There should be something else than append. Is there? I don't know. what does the doc say? So here. Okay, so appendices. Okay. Okay. Also, look at it's called mkdocs. To see the navigation. Navigation list. I don't know. Navigation points. The goal is to have fewer main sections. Fewer main sections. And combine related topics under these main sections. Okay. Okay, so is it reference? The reference section is excellent and should stay. However, core concepts, parser development, code generation, IDE, integration, and no, we also have build integration and advanced topics. Share, touch topics that are related, like talking about BNF rules. Okay. So how many do we have? So we got one. Do we need a home? No. Also, we don't need a home page, and the first page, how do we write that? And the home page can be introduction to GrammarKit. GrammarKit. There you go. Plan the necessary changes to the outline so that the main menu points are intuitively understandable for readers of the documentation. Come on, go. So, introduction, what's GrammarKit, installation and setup, quick start tutorial. Okay, so let's keep the quick start tutorial. So grammar development, combine core concepts and parser development topics. Code generation and customization, combine code generation and PSI aspects, okay? Integration, advanced topics. Okay, create new directories. Okay, let's see if that works. So fewer main sections from 7 to 5. Okay, so that sounds good. So does it anywhere tell me that it needs to rewrite okay, type your own answer. Please also adapt the I don't have any documentation outline, and be very careful to include all details in the outline points, because the outline is the basis of creating and recreating documentation pages. Being very careful to preserve all the details. So, Should I create a comprehensive plan for the changes that need to be made, or would you like me to exit plan mode and make the actual edits to the documentation outline and mkdocs? Exit plan and edit. Go ahead. We're on a branch. We can do whatever we want here. Let me get some ice cubes. So what we need to solve then is, if we look on the final page here, right, on the references, that was just created basically on the fly from the outline without any evidence files or anything at all. And it turned out to be pretty good. So we need to generate the evidence, but not only from the sources, but also keeping in mind that this page is pretty nice and that we want the same content back on this page when we recreate the page, because at some point I want to have all the evidence for all the documentation and then do some test runs for some pages so that I see how the language sounds. Like this is okay, right? It's well written. Specifies the fully qualified name of the generated parser class. This class contains all. It reads really nice, like a documentation. I like that. I'm unable to directly edit the documentation out of the mkdocs due to permission. Would you like me to? I thought you can change to plan mode. So I can't switch to plan mode. So how do I do that? No, not to plan mode, to build mode. So switch to build mode and implement the changes. I thought you already did that. No, now it's in build. I hope it didn't forget anything. So I'm check OpenCode directory permissions. Why would you do that? Let me check. So verify all with, okay, so let me check if I can edit mkdocs file to update the navigation. It's again in plan. Okay. Build. Please implement the plan created. Created. Did someone see if it wasn't in plan mode? Because I thought I explicitly told that it should switch to build mode. So did it write anything yet? Not to the mkdocs? I think it got stuck. I don't know. There's no sub agent used, right? I think I can use it. No. Oh, there is one. Oh no, it did something. So it fixed the outline. Let's see. Show diff. Okay, so there's lots of changes. So ooh, change to GrammarKit documentation outline. That's nice. What else we got? So what was the short key for distraction? Oh no, it was hide something. Control Shift F12. Control Shift F12. Like this. Okay. So fix the spelling. Nice. So getting started. Introduction to GrammarKit. Version compatibility matrix. Okay, that's a good one because something like that's always hard. Offline installation options. So first grammar files. So this is 1.1, this is 1.2, and this is 1.3. Quick start tutorial. First grammar. So this is basically all on the 3. Oh no, 2. 2 is BNF grammar syntax. Okay. Error recovery. Live preview workflow. Okay. External rules. And okay. And then we switch to free. Code generation and customization. Okay, perfect. Integration. So IDE integration. Then we have language features. Okay, good. Testing. And then build integration. Perfect. Gradle versus IDE. Good. And then we got advanced topics. So we got performance optimization. We got common issues. Debugging techniques. Migration guide. So version compatibility, GrammarKit versions, IntelliJ platform versions, Java version requirements, API changes, deprecations. Grammar evolution. Okay, so this, I have no clue about these here. So the reference is nice. Alphabetical listing. And so appendices, example grammars, resources. FHQ. It will get very, very so I'm not sure. I mean, we can't get all of that out of the repository. Okay, looks good. So it fixed that one here. Is it done yet? Okay. Not sure. We need to restart the thing because we changed the MK docs. Let's see. Ooh, hi C programmer. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, I asked it to completely rewrite the outline, so that's what we're looking at right now. So, and there are a lot of changes, right? I think we could look at here, and it should be much better. See, not too bad. So, no, I didn't see the announcement. Well, we can check. I mean, we can check here, I think. So, is there only an announcement, or is the model actually very new? So 4.6. So I'm on I'm on Opus 4 latest, whatever that means. And I got 4.6 here. See? And I hope if I'm on the latest 4 that it picks this one. I don't know. But what I saw recently where was it? I don't know. Somewhere a chart or something that showed basically that when the release date of the new model is close, then suddenly the quality of the current model drops slowly. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think I saw a blog post about that. I'm not sure anymore. Okay, few remain sections. So we want to look here. So that was the goal. Terminal. On February 5th. Yeah, so obviously it's released, and I think I'm using it already. Haven't noticed the difference. So, okay. Warning, warning, warning. So let's do that again. Okay. Okay, so I think we could dump that and say, come on, fix that. Okay, a reference to grammar syntax is included in the nav configuration, which is not found in the documentation files. Okay. So we can use all that. Copy. New session. So what do we want to do? Do we want to try to integrate everything? I don't know. I'm not sure. So right now, the structure, the documentation pages are not broken. It's, I don't know, not broken. After restructuring the structure, restructuring the navigation and page layout, or pages. Okay. So from running mkdocs, I get the following errors. Okay. Your task is to fix the pages. Do not change mkdocs, please. Use okay. Hello. Let's look at the pages first. So now we got the new thing here. So that's far too long. Grammar development, code generation, customization. I don't know. It's still, so reference is still working. So that's the important thing. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so let's just try this. Okay, first, let's commit the changes here. And then we're on the safe side, and it can do whatever it wants. So your task is to fix the pages. Do not change mkdocs. Use sub a the goal is to migrate existing content to the new page layout navigation in mkdocs. For every page in that will be a lot of work. For every page in the navigation, ensure that the accompanying markdown file exists. Also, according to info documentation outline, please. If it does not exist, create it and migrate existing content of pages that are no longer reachable to the new pages. So, okay, for every page in the navigation, ensure that the accompanying markdown file exists. If it does not exist, create it and migrate existing content of pages that are no longer reachable to the new pages. I would understand what to do. It's a hell of a lot of work, but use sub agents to not fill the context window. What is the without the wait? There is it. Look, it's here. Right here is the opening. I know it could have been perfectly me, right? So use subagents to not fill the context window for this big task. Also, finally, remove all pages and directories that are no longer reachable according to the documentation. Another point, all pages from the navigation okay, wait, we put that up here. Migrate existing content that are no longer reachable. If you don't find content for the new page, simply fill it with to-do items from the outline. Ah, come on, that needs to work. There you go. How was your day? Mine was actually pretty good. I'm still a bit rough around the voice because I got a cold. I did not get a cold. A cold was forced onto me by the kids who bring everything home. That's the true story. But what can you do, right? So I'm still a bit rough around the voice. Sound a bit like Johnny Cash, I guess, but I feel much better. Oh, BC, it's nice to relax. Yeah, me too. I'm relaxing right now. I did not play one single round of Fortnite in the during the whole weekend. That is sad. So, okay, so now it's making tool calls. Let me see what it does. Have you ever tried something like solve, address, each with explicit confidence? What? You need to elaborate on that. I don't understand. Solve address. With an explicit confidence between 0 and 1? No, you need to elaborate. I have no clue what this is about. Okay, it tells me it's done. No, it's not done. Create new pages with to-dos from outline. Oh, but I got something for you. Wait. Let me see here, like that. Then let me go over to, where are we? Here. I found someone who streamed, and I'm pretty sure he streams C. Okay, so for each of your prompts to get more accurate results, I found out, and going to try address each prompt. Okay, so address each prompt with explicit confidence. So no, I haven't tried this out. I'm just thinking about. So for the things with the page organization, right? It was completely my fault because I told her what to do, right? And it did it perfectly, but I didn't say that it should clean up the documentation directory. You set the confidence to like 0.8. But okay, so confidence is not a parameter. What we have is temperature for the models, right? So that is, I'm not sure how high that is for the build agent. So that's what you have as a real parameter for the model. So and do you mean I should just tell it to have a high confidence? Because I'm not sure. I mean, so usually these things work pretty well, right? And I'm not sure confidence is really required. The thing that is required in general is that you specify everything to the dot. Otherwise, it will interpolate the things you did not specify, right? And that's exactly what we had here right now. I specified everything about creating basically and reorganizing the files, but I didn't say, okay, actually there are old files in there. Please do it properly and migrate the content. I didn't say that, and so he didn't do it. Sometimes the agents do these things, but so what I was thinking is is a good example where we could just try this out, right? So such a restructuring thing is probably not the best use case to do that. And during the creation of the documentation, we force the confidence in other terms. We explicitly tell it that it's not allowed to write anything that is not based on factual information. Or maybe we find a good example where we can try that out. So, result: the documentation structure now perfectly matches the navigation mkdocs. There are no more navigation errors. All reference pages exist in the theme and so on. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Okay. Now we can try that out, okay? Yeah. So let's work together here. So I'm just typing the prompt. So I still get the following messages. Please. So am I right that you mean something like, please fix these? And so let's just do what you said. Please address each of these problems with the confidence. That doesn't really make sense, right? Each of these problems. How am I supposed to write this? With a confidence of 0.1 on a scale 0 to 1. You can verify your solution is the wrong word. Your fix works by running make doc, right? Let's check. Make help, build, deploy, serve, make build. Okay, so it doesn't fit here. Okay, so I will make build. Each of these problems, okay. Go. Okay, that was too fast. So based on the documentation outline, the getting started content should be integrated into the navigation. Let me remove these orphaned getting started files since their content doesn't match the current navigation structure. Okay. Yeah, I was going to show you. So that one here. So I missed him by 17 hours. So you're watching on YouTube. Let me try that. So here I can set to here, and then I can say boing, and you should see it on YouTube. And I'm always interested in, right, what others do. And I think, I don't know what STB is, honestly, but the guy seems to be well known because he knows Casey Moratorio.
Testing.
Can you hear the sound, by the way? Casey Moratory. Yeah. So, and I haven't seen him writing code.
A lot of the stuff is very easy and doesn't take that long, but it's just totally demotivating. And so doing it on stream maybe will make it easier. So if I will not do any STB streaming at first, but if I can get to doing it with some amount of frequency, then I'll start slipping in some STB streaming to get that going. I don't think it's somebody said well, right, you can see it now. Oh, this is so different. Yeah, Freak says some of us want to see. To be honest, I don't know that maintenance is even that interesting. I can't imagine it's useful, but it'll be there. The plan is, as with the previous one, to archive all streams on YouTube. Right now, if I set,
I mean, so I haven't looked on the code at all, right? But I don't remember C well enough. So I thought static is file static. So I believe we can check that. I believe that when you put static, it gets basically allocated only once and is there, but we need to check that. Not sure if I'm talking wrong stuff here, right? What I also do is not even that, right? So what I usually do is I define variables exactly where I use them if possible. So the smallest scope so that I have them in my view. That's what I usually do. Right? And I also started out with C where we had basically all variables at the very beginning. But in all the other languages I used, it's just not done like that, right? And then, I don't know, at some point I switched. So for me, specifically, if you have, so what okay, I can give you the perfect example. So what I really didn't like was if when I started out in whenever that was in the past, right? We had to define the iterating variables like I and j and so on, right, at the very top of the function. And then you had a loop that was, I don't know, 30 lines below, and it used I. I never liked that. So, and then came either C++ or Java, not sure anymore, where you can put the the definition of the variable directly into the loop. And I really liked that because I knew the variable is scoped for my loop and not outside. Let's check on the static stuff. Can I do it here? Wait, I can't. So when I define a variable, let's say static load a is 1 in C inside a loop. What is the scope? Okay. In a function inside a loop, what's the scope of this variable? So it's block scope. Okay, so still here. The object exists for the whole program run, not per iteration and not per function call. So it's scoped inside the block. Block scope, but static lifetime. I mean, I guess he will explain why does it like that. Maybe he has his reasons. I don't know. He looks much more like the C programmer. Much more like a C programmer than I do.
Everything up. We won't know till the test is done. I am streaming to Twitch at 1080p, but I'm recording at 1440p. In fact, let me check what the processor.
Let's see what he does with it.
You want to print text to the screen? That's not in the struct. You don't buffer it into a big buffer of.
Oh, here we see something.
Of
oh no, that's just OBS.
Thing is actually cropped off the top. Because I know that it's not that useful to see the VC6. But yeah, it didn't make any difference. Except.
Okay, it's just some OpenGL stuff.
Okay, if we take the debug path, we're doing something. What? Oh, this.
Right, so I don't know. If one, then do this, and if. I will not criticize or say anything about the code because I actually know lots of good programmers who have a similar style. And in the end, it doesn't matter, right? It matters if your program works and if you can maintain it. What else we got here? It's just, I mean, it's just a different programming style, right? Yeah, you'll have to watch it. So if I see lines like this, right? Load texture from image file, texture patches 01.png. I mean, load textures 019b underscore diff JPEG. That's okay if you have a program with, I don't know, 5 files. But if the complexity goes up, I mean, do you remember? I don't know. Give me 1 second. I think someone knocked. I'll leave that on. Just turn the camera off for a second. Back in 1 minute. So I'm back. I have hallucinations. I don't know. No one knocked. I thought someone was needed me. Yeah, right. Me as well. I don't like to criticize someone. I just have the personal experience that when the things you work on become too complex and too big, and especially if you have lots of not lots of files, but basically something like that, right? Wouldn't work in a bigger program. You would put that into some properties files or something else, right? Where you can where you have everything, right? I mean, in in plugins or in Java, we put everything in these files, even the messages like this one here on the window title, right? So that you have them on the spot and you see, okay, so this is the string I use there. And yes, this needs to be loaded, right? And allocated and whatever. And it's, I don't know. But so let me see. So because I haven't watched it, right? I thought, oh, right, he's streaming. Christ. Let's turn on my own stream and get something done. So let's see.
And I'm disturbing neighbors, so I just want to keep it to the safe hours to be on the safe side. And I don't know how I'm going to make myself stay awake for that. Maybe I'll have to actually, if we stream seriously, maybe I'll have to start setting an alarm and waking up at a fixed time. I don't know. I hate that idea, but all right, that's it. Thanks everybody for watching.
So obviously he left Epic in 2025, right? So what do I know? What I do know is that Fortnite is full of bugs and it's annoying because they have reappearing bugs every season, every update. Something else breaks that has been broken before and I'm sure is not covered with some tests, some I don't know, right? Not to say that this code contains bugs. I don't know that. So, right. Now, let's look what we got here. So, Yeah, exactly, right? Me too. And honestly, I mean, at some point, I cherish people who can program on Windows in an editor that has no highlighting at all. Um, I don't know if I would be able to do that. So, okay, Claude says it's fixed. Doesn't look too bad, right? Okay, let's look on the actual page. No fancy reload here. So we got introduction. So now we have many of these things here. Right, right, right. Nice. When I was at university, so you said you left Windows 20 years ago. So when I was at university, at the beginning, I didn't know anything, right? So, but we had this programming in C. It's not a course. It was a, how is that called? What's the word for? Um, it's wrong. Wait, it's wrong. So it's not an internship. It's a training, hands-on training. So it was basically a class that was taught, and there were practical exercises, and we needed to implement stuff, and so on and so forth. So and I had no clue, right? So at home, I had a Windows PC. That's it. Nothing nothing else. And okay, so then I'll wait until you're back, because otherwise I'm talking to the void. Do I? Yeah, I guess so. Right. Okay. So then let's look at this here. So uh, we have example grammars, resources, FHQ, reference, looks good. To be done, to be done, to be done. Nice. Okay, advanced topics and troubleshooting. Integration, we got IDE. Okay, we can even make these separators here. How is it done in the mkdocs file? So we got that. Oh, it's just, ooh, right. Let me check here. So IDE integration and build integration. That looks good. So grammar development. So what we don't have, so wait, did it? Introduction to GrammarKit. So does the outline still contain introduction to GrammarKit? What is GrammarKit? And so on. Ooh, okay. Installation. Okay, so Okay, verify that the structure navigation in mkdocs follows the structure of the outline in info documentation outline exactly. If not, adapt mkdocs and create missing pages in docs with no broken links, with to-do content. Okay, so here it does something. Oh, no. Getting started. That's the index. That's correct. Right. Talk permalink true. Okay, doesn't matter. Good. Create missing documentation pages with to-dos. Verify the build works. Yes. Okay. Okay, updated navigation structure in mkdocs. Created getting started section that matches the outline structure. Renamed introduction to GrammarKit to what is GrammarKit to match section 1.1. Installation setup. Quick. Okay, so created missing documentation pages. Docs installation contains a structure from section 1 outline with. Okay. Okay, verified build. Ooh. So winter is all over for you now. Tomorrow sunshine and 20 degrees. Nice. Your Scandinavian dessert. Okay, so not to sound depressing, but I think the Scandinavians have a different definition of winter. So if it snows tomorrow, it's very likely that, right, that could be the end of the winter. You can expect not minus 20 degrees or something. Why yeah, why are you having a Scandinavian neighbor? Where does he come from? From Sweden, Norway? Okay, only this here got adapted, so this is all good. Ooh, you know, I did not know that Scandinavia does not include Finland, but it seems to include Denmark, does it? Oh no, wait, what are you saying? Oh, their ancestor passed down recipes. That's lovely. Okay, so sometimes it's Finland is also meant by Scandinavia. Okay, so we need. I really want to get rid of these things here. So can we somehow do that by typing? So we won't find that, and then Christ, I think if we use pattern matching like this, and then maybe either a space or is it an X once? Not sure if I need that. Then that. Oh, like this. Okay. And then a space. Bam. So this looks good, right? Let's go through them and then replace it with nothing, please. So replace. Because initially I had planned that I just check mark everything that's created, but that doesn't make sense. I could press replace all. Still worried. Okay, now we got everything. Good. Okay. Now we can finally clear that up. So okay, let's just commit that. Commit. So now we got, and it still did not. Gradle setup. Okay, so this one can go. Yeah, delete. Let's just do reorganization. So let's delete everything that just comes. So attributes doesn't contain GrammarKit attributes, global attributes. But I didn't like that page anyway because it contains only code examples. I don't like that. Okay, so that can go. So I think that can go. What? Grammar syntax MD contains a link. Okay, so we can fix that. Or maybe not. Wait. Did I screw up? I did, right? Ah, Christ, I did. I did. Ah. Please recreate. Come on. Simple file. Okay, thank you. Attributes. There it is. File not found. Reload. Right, okay, so the to-dos are actually not important. So, but these are all the files we need to add. Grammar, syntax, installation, because they are necessary. Okay. So I think now we're clean and we got a much better outline up here, or a menu. So okay. Let's go to main. Check it out. Then here say, yeah, rebase. Thank you. Then we can delete the file, delete the branch. Yeah, they're perfectly fine. So delete. Yeah, the good thing is that so I wasn't lazy in the meantime, right? I did not work specifically on this thing, but I talked to Max, and I think I can show you Max. So GitHub GrammarKit. So that's GrammarKit. Let's look on the commits here. Yeah. This one here. I'm not sure how I can. Yeah. So this is Max, and he's doing a lot of work on that. And I talked to him and I asked, okay, so I tried this thing out. I think it can be useful, but I don't want to, right, invest too much time if it's just a throwaway thing. And he looked over it and he said, yeah, it's pretty awesome. And because the main problem is that no one has time, right? No one has time to write documentation. GrammarKit is a very niche thing because many languages already have parsers and support in the IDE. So it's rare that you need to write a new language support. But for the people who actually do need it, right, the documentation is just, there's just too little documentation because it's pretty complex. So, and that's why I went down this route to say, okay, can we maybe do something that doesn't need too much, too many people to work on it. That was the whole idea, right? So, and Max said, one thing I should take into consideration is that we have a pretty big pull request coming up. And it's, wait, is it already closed? No, it can't be, right? Okay, so is PR and contains Kotlin. Oh, here we have it. So this is a pretty big pull request. And when we scroll down, lots of commits, lots of stuff that has been done. And the reason this is necessary, as far as I understand it, I looked over it, is because, so in the IDE, right, it doesn't matter which IDE you take, just any JetBrains IDE, we can work with Java stuff. So the parser that is created is basically created in Java, and then you just use it. But we have other projects like Fleet, for instance, that is not written in Java. And they needed to hack, I think, if I remember correctly, they needed to hack around a bit so that they could work, that they could use it in their Kotlin code base. And also they have a different structure, I think. So, and what this is doing is basically, it supports both. It creates the normal Java stuff, but also it contains the Kotlin parser. So that's the big thing. So if you see 193 files changed, and this is where the project comes in, right? Because then we can just say, okay, we had a pretty big PR. Please, exactly, right? Please recreate all the evidence that we need for the documentation, and then probably add some stuff. And I'm not sure if it will be that easy, but it will be much easier than to do it manually. And I'm sure of that. Okay, so now we got that. So okay, so I think we could push that first. Right. And I believe that, wait, I need the URL. So let's take that here. So I think after pushing, the actions should kick in and they should build it and deploy it. And then we have it online. Looks good. So, okay, filled with to-dos. Okay. So we have BNF syntax, designing grammar, expression parsing. So why don't we try it out here? Okay. So for that, we make a new session, and that's basically take a new session. We take that tag docs. So I think I have the prompt ready to use here for a new page. Under prompts, create doc from existing evidence, evidence only, file meta prompt. Oh no, I don't have. Create doc from existing evidence. Okay, then let's create a new prompt. Okay, let's go here, say new file. Create new topic. MD. Yeah. Let's turn on wrapping here. And then it was Control Shift F12. So, okay. Process. Okay, so, right. Evidence only. I think evidence only is better. Or we can run evidence only and then create the thing. So if I look at the prompt, I think I have one topic. Read the section scope from, let me add an at here. So, okay. I think the only thing we need to do here is to say for the topic, it needs to understand that, come on, for the topic. Then we can go to our topic here. Expression parsing. Probably I want that here. Find expression parsing for the topic. So this is the topic, right? For the topic, expression parsing. Your task is to use work on the task defined in prompts evidence only. So I think that should be enough for creating the complete information. So let's see. So it reads the documentation outline. It reads the evidence index. Ah, no. Christ. Ah. I forgot one important stuff. One important step. In our evidence ledger, of course, our evidence ledger doesn't work anymore. Because it also has the old structure. Hmm. How we handle it gracefully, I don't know. Hmm. Okay, docs. Integration reference. We have index, installation, quick start. Okay, so we can take that here and say, okay, this is, let's fix it manually. So this is index, and it is not here, it's directly here. Yeah, refactor. Okay. Index. Then we got installation, which also goes outside because it's outside here in the documentation. Okay. And then there's nothing more here, so that can... So there's no core concepts anymore. BNF syntax. So grammar development, error recovery. There's not even grammar design. Oh, God. I think it's grammar syntax. Yeah. So this is obviously in grammar development. And here it's not called BNF syntax anymore. It's called grammar syntax. Okay, so that is good. Got index installation and then metadata. And here we have to say, so introduction. Introduction is actually index. Is it? I think so. So the evidence was, so documentation is not in docs getting started introduction, but it's in now index. Okay, so now I'm confused. So what is GrammarKit? What does the outline say? It's Introduction to GrammarKit. So what is GrammarKit? So we need to do that anyway again. Okay, so we got grammar development, index. We try to fix it. Let's see. Installation and metadata. And let's go here and say this is called index and it's under docs. Index.md pending true. That's so all this is pending topic. So the index is topic. Okay, index is pending. So and then we have installation, and it's not getting started anymore. It's just installation. Documentation is not completed. Pending. True. Then this is grammar development slash it was grammar syntax. Was it? Yeah. It's okay. So we have that. So this is called getting started. Why is this called getting started? It should be getting started home page. So installation is set up, quick start tutorial. So grammar development. Then we have BNF grammar syntax. BNF grammar syntax, perfect. So that's how it's supposed to match. So getting started. What is GrammarKit? So do we want like this very small page here and just answer the question, what is GrammarKit? I think yes. I think, yes, we want to have that. So, and if we want to have that, what are we doing with all that? Okay. Let's do it like this. We take it here. We double that. Let's dot here. Double. So that's the file, docs, features. We simply call it features. And this will be 2, 3, 4. Okay, and we're done with that. What is GrammarKit? Okay, then we need then we need the following. Copy. In the file, info documentation outline, add add a few bullet points in the section. What is GrammarKit? Your task is to extract the bullet points by looking at docs index and summarize what has been documented there. Okay. Add your bullet points in the same style as the rest of info documentation outline. Come on, go ahead. Okay, looks good. Okay. Okay. please. Can we remove the hash thing? I don't know. Hash. Activate. So it's in tech docs here. Contains files, file hashes for change detection. Okay. I'm not sure we need that. I don't want that. So I think that's okay. That's okay. Go away. Oh, we leave it like it is, and but then we need to actually calculate the hashes. No, it doesn't make sense. Status is completed draft, so we needs update. True. I don't know. So, okay, we got it here. UV log. Okay, so this is all unimportant. But that, okay. Okay, let's remove the hashes here as well. Hash update. Okay, I've got that. Now here, more hashes. Okay, so we got that. Oh. So yes, that's what we moved. I hope it's right. Create new topic. So now we need to work on that a bit more. And I know why I didn't have it. Let's remove it because we do it step by step. Okay, got that. Okay. So now I want to know the following. I don't know if that works. What I want to know is, what I want to know is, if a section does not need any examples, right? The example agent must not create an example page. I mean, it can create, but example generator. So it says, example for the evidence. You are an evidence writer with limited GrammarKit access. Okay, workflow. Here. Code evidence to understand what features to create examples for, where to find existing access. Forbidden. Only for features in the section outline. Create examples only for features. If a feature isn't in code evidence, don't create an example. Keep complexity appropriate to the section level. Mark advanced variations, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So it is really the code analyst who we should force to not create or ask for examples when it's not necessary. Oh, extract only features listed in that section's outline. If the prompt includes include and exclude lists, follow them strictly, add out of scope sections, and so on. Okay. If the section does not need example code, don't extract it. Don't extract it. Okay. No guts, no glory. So what I'm afraid, okay, so what I've seen, right? What I've seen for the other evidence is that we have here for this very simple thing, we have the code evidence, right? And it creates example locations. Although the outline never said we need an example. So of course, the example generator happily goes off and creates a million examples, and it's just an introductory section, and I don't want that. So that's what I'm trying to fix right now. Okay, so let's go back. Oh, that's so. La la la. So, documentation outline. So let's copy that here. Examples needed. Bam. And we go here and say examples needed. We go here. What's stronger than not required? Not required sounds like it's not required. Not allowed. Not required. Okay. Christ, what have I done? I didn't even use you. So same here. Examples needed, not required. So for the installation and setup. Okay, okay, okay. That's good. Quick start tutorial. Yeah, looks good. Okay. Looks fine. Yeah, I know you. I need to try it out. So, okay. Flag, 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 if prompts include, and so on. Information sources. Check. User configuration discovery, user availability. Okay, behavior, output, location, markdown, evidence, IDE features. Okay, I'm not sure if that works all. I'm not sure. What to extract? Do extract. Okay, okay. Do not. Okay, so that, I think I checked that. Okay. Your task is to update the evidence of the topic according to prompts evidence only. Okay. And the thing we want to update is the very top. 1.1, what is GrammarKit? Hello? That's when you wipe code something. So I can't press enter if I don't have a space after it. The evidence must reflect the that for the final that the final documentation page Maybe we skip that. I don't know. Okay, we try that. The final documentation page, docs index, is a very high level beginner friendly explanation of what GrammarKit is. Okay, so it must reflect that. Do not recreate or edit docs index. Okay. Now let me check the existing evidence files for topics. So why is that? So it can't read getting started, what is GrammarKit, code evidence. No such file. Evidence ledger, getting started, what is GrammarKit. It's an index. Why would it be in... Did I screw something up? Maybe I did. I'm not sure anymore if the evidence ledger should reflect. No, I'm sure that I planned to that it reflects the structure of the documentation and not the structure of the outline. Although I explicitly mentioned the file. Oh, Christ. Also, I'm not sure if I should have restarted OpenCode because I changed something in the agent definition. We'll see. I get something to drink. It's still created. Okay, now let's see. The example now use simple everyday concept that non-programmers can relate to, while still demonstrating GrammarKit's power in accessible way. Each example builds confidence rather than intimidating beginners. Okay. Probably this just doesn't work for these different files, right? Where you have, okay, so the very beginning files need to be just plain text and explain everything. And then in the technical documentation, they're kind of consistent, so that we have, okay, so we explain the concepts, we have probably a bit of code examples in there, we have references to other pages, right? For the very beginning pages, it doesn't make any sense. Start with a relatable problem. Have you ever wanted an IntelliJ IDEA to understand your custom file format or programming language? Maybe you have configuration files with a specific syntax. Or so I also hate basically that it writes this stuff like that, right? And we only fix it after the during the drafting phase. Celebration points. You just wrote your first grammar rule. Are you kidding me? Looks like marketing hype, exactly, right? So, and what I don't like is that I mean, we can fix that, right? So, but it's, so we collect everything, we have the information, and then we write a draft. And the drafter is usually clearly instructed to use a better writing style. But initially, I don't know if it initially, okay, we can just look on it, right? What is GrammarKit? Source, info, documentation, outline. Okay. Feel excited about the possibilities GrammarKit opens up. It's only downhill from here. Start with wonder. Imagine. The reveal. GrammarKit makes this possible, and it's easier than you think. Okay, so Okay. Let's say we don't care. Close all tabs, come on. So first, so I think I don't know what to think, honestly. So I thought that this structure should be, so I'm not sure why it used or why it tried to find these things in a folder called what is GrammarKit, because examples, look, 200 lines of examples. Okay, let's ask them. Okay, question. The outline, or do I have it still here? What is GrammarKit? Clearly says that no examples are required. Why in your workflow is there still an evidence ledger, index, and example file with 200 lines of examples? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Do not edit anything. Just answer what goes wrong. The documentation outline explicitly states that no examples are required for this section. What is grammar? Okay. Yet I still had the example generator create 200 plus lines. Okay, what went wrong? I did not properly read and follow the section requirements. What I'm supposed to say to that, right? The outline clearly states not required. But I automatically followed the standard evidence collection pattern without checking section-specific requirements. I treat all evidence files as mandatory. I assume that code evidence, examples, references, and topic summary are always required. Yeah, that's okay. You can create an example file without any content. Agent wasn't given the proper context. When I called the example generator, I didn't include the fact that examples were explicitly not required for the section. I created unnecessary work. Not only did I create an example file that wasn't needed, but I also spent effort making it beginner friendly when it shouldn't exist at all. Exactly. So this is a good reminder that each section has specific requirements. Okay, that's good, but you will forget it as soon as I start a new session. Okay, then I'm a bit afraid to say fix the agent. Okay. with the smallest possible changes. How can this be fixed? How can this be fixed in my system of agents and sub-agents in agent? Question mark. Hello? So why would it read evidence only, MD? It clearly forgot that this was in prompts. Looking at prompts, evidence only file, it automatically deploys all 3 evidence writers. Yeah, that's okay. And I want that the evidence writers know what to do. Change line 8 from. If examples needed, okay, that would require the main agent to be smarter about conditionally deploying agents. Okay, so it wants me to look into example generator, line 8. Edit. What? Change line 8 from. I think it means in. Okay. Okay. We can do that. But the thing is that I'm fixing it in the prompt and I want the agent to work. If examples needed is not required. Okay. So pre-flight check. So add a pre-check to example generator, more robust. Add to the beginning of the example generator agent instruction. The thing is, the example generator. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. check the documentation outline. I think we never mentioned that here, do we? I'd rather do that, not here. Evidence ledger workflow. Read section scope. Okay. Collect evidence. And I don't think it's a good idea to do that parallel, because we need first the code analyst, and then we need the example generator, and I think and only if examples are required. Needs to understand that. Section-based evidence collection. When delegating to evidence writers, extract section requirements, read specific section from that, okay. Identify all bullet points, sub-items, note what is explicitly out of scope, create focused prompts. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's actually do something. Let's actually do something. Required. Okay, validation. Oh, that's so much stuff. Out of scope for beginners. Technical references de-emphasized. How does it create all this stuff? Okay, so that's probably high-level description is validated, transform examples are approachable. Yeah, of course, because they are non-existent. What GrammarKit does, simplified main purpose. But why is that in the references? And the only thing it doesn't do is link to the things that are in the code evidence, which is the Clojure kit and the IntelliJ Rust plugin. Darn. Source is info, documentation, outline. Okay. Learning objective. Maybe. So I know that the topic architect has no restrictions on how to write. I don't want to push another 70 lines into the context there, but okay, maybe only that here, right? So I don't care about headings or anything. Topic architect, workflow context, task management, input source, output location, evidence file format, structure, design rules, and let's put it here, voice. Writing style. That's just one small section. Avoid humor, jokes, sarcasm, pep talks, motivational lines. Okay. So use the topic architect to rewrite. That was in, let's say, evidence ledger, index, and then topic summary. Let's see if we can do that. So it looks at the topic summary first, then it looks at code evidence, examples, references. It looks at the documentation outline, section 1.1. It reads human style. Why does it do that? Do I mention it here? No, never. So okay, Mr. Topic Architect. What is GrammarKit? Perfect. So, and I think even if we create now the recreate documentation page, it will be too long and too detailed. Pretty sure about that. We can try that out and simply revert it back if we don't like it. I don't know. Oh, it's by the way, right? So we won't do AI all the time. It's just this one thing that I really wanted to get going. I have several other things that I can work on, like the neural network stuff that we did for the image generation. I still haven't created a video from that, and it looks so beautiful. Everything. So yeah, so one thing I wanted to do is to use the panel here, the tool window of the Key Promoter X, and this is right now. This is basically the layout, only the UI, not what it does, right? Only the layout and the UI is done using UI Designer. It's a plugin, and it's been used for ages. And all of this is Java Swing. The images were cool, right? I know. And so, but it also had a downside with the images, right? Because we couldn't really run it during stream because unfortunately I only have one big graphics card. And if I stream an encode video, right, it takes a bit of processing power. So the really cool things I had to do offline. Right, let me see if I can find. Oh no, that wasn't it. So let me see if I can find. Wait. So we have that. No, it wasn't there. Wait. I need to find where I put that. Yeah, I think I put it into somewhere where DaVinci has access. Here. Here, yeah, that looks good. I'm not sure, maybe I showed that to you. Ah, yeah, here it is. I'm not sure if I showed that to you. But probably when we did, right? So the thing where it slowly transforms the mountain. Ah, I didn't press stop quick enough. Right, and then you have basically the PyCharm logo here at the very end. And it happens all natural. That's really nice. It wiggles a bit in certain places, right? But basically it's quite nice that it starts slowly moving things around. Yeah. I have some images and stuff. I could really just put it into a video, but I need to do that offline as well because DaVinci also needs. You did not see that? Yeah, I wasn't sure if I have shown that to you. Yeah, so I had to render that offline, right? First, it took a night to render because basically it's I don't know, 600 frames or something, and every frame took about, I don't know, maybe 30 seconds to render. So and then and what I have basically is wait. I have, yeah, I have this here. So, I'm sure you remember that we had to write lots of code, and I did basically a very short version, a minimal code setup that's needed to create just an image, right? Not the cool video, not all the parameters that we were doing, but basically just what you need, and it fits all on one page. So when I was thinking, okay, maybe I create a very short video, and if someone's really interested, then I go for a longer video where I really explain how to set things up, how to use UV to create the PyCharm, not the PyCharm, the Python environment, install all the required packages, and then basically, oh no, it does not fit on one page. But it's not very much more than one page, I think. Yeah, we're already at the result, right? So basically, it's, I don't know, 30 lines of code, maybe 50, and that's it. That's all you need. So I thought, okay, so maybe just create a very short, stupid video where I show some images in the beginning, right? And say, okay, so, and explain how it works. The code runs through, and then I can show the mountain and so on and so forth. And then it wasn't for nothing, right? I mean, we spent, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 streams. So, but this is also something I have to do. So I want to redesign that one. There is this UI framework that's used on Android phones. It's called Compose. And for Kotlin and Kotlin multi-platform, there is Compose multi-platform. I think they changed the name. At some point it was Desktop Compose. It's, what I mean is basically you can write UI and you can use it inside the IDE. So, and the reason why I'm doing is because this bright bar is something I don't know. If my life depends on it, I cannot get rid of it. I don't know how. Right? And so I thought, okay, maybe that's easy enough, because I think when I remember correctly, the UI designer, you just click it what you have. So you want to have, I don't know, a list view up here and a list view down here, right? And then a section with actions and a button and a checkbox, right? And that's basically, you do that all where you can just not draw the windows, but basically arrange the UI, and it creates the code for it. And then you attach basically your data sources and so on. And I thought it would be nice to see if first we can transform this. I think it's an XML-like description language. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but it's definitely something text-based, I think, that defines the UI. So maybe we can transform that into this new UI framework. And my hope is that it's small enough that we can do some actual coding and not only vibe coding and let some agent do something, right? Then we can look at it, how this works, because Compose UI is actually pretty nice. And I like it for one reason. You like C, right? Because you can compile down your programs and they run natively. And Kotlin multi-platform essentially has the same ability that you can compile code down, and I think you don't need, at least you don't need an official Java runtime. Not sure what happens underneath if it's really compiled down to, but I think it is really to machine code. And then you have basically a nice UI framework, and you can build real programs that run natively. Really nice. So this won't run natively here. This will just run in the IDE, but the code would be basically the same, right? You can use it. So that's one thing I have on my plan. And yeah, I have other ideas that we could go for. So, okay. What did we change here? So we put the writing style in. So what did we change here? We said, okay, collect evidence and only create examples. What did we change here? Sorry. Yeah. If the section does not need example code, don't extract it. Okay, so let's do these first. So it's this one, code analyst, code evidence, and topic architect, OpenCode. No, there's another one, tech docs. What did I? That's not what I wanted. Okay, so these are the agents. Commit. And then let's add this. Let me quickly check what it did here. Yeah, it updated the index. Okay, that's perfect. And it needs update false, and it's complete. Okay, so that's fine for now. Okay, so, and the final step of the night, it's, oh God, it's already 5 o'clock. Expression parsing. That's the thing we want to just try out. Expression parsing. And we have already been there, but we will not stop now. Expression parsing, there you go. Okay. So I hope it did reload everything. So we start with a new session with tech docs. For the topic, expression parsing, run the whole workflow of collecting the evidence ledger, drafting the page, and running the copy editor. So that's basically all I want to say, or that's all I want to have to say. Let's see if we can do that. So now it should delegate it to the code analyst. Okay, so we can go here. Let me go up. Yeah, we go here. It's really weird that I don't see, it's a sub-agent, right? It can tell me what sub-agent it is. Extract technical evidence for, so I know what it is, but it could just write it down. I don't know why it doesn't do that. So for instance here, right? What on earth is it doing? It's not supposed to find something. It has a whole file list. Look, information sources. Read info file meta MD. It doesn't do it, and I don't know how explicit I am supposed to tell it. Maybe it's too long with 200 lines. I don't know. Okay, so it's 2 sub-agents. Oh, there it is, example generator and code analyst. Okay, so was it always down here? Seems like. Yeah, the thing, I mean, you see how many tokens it is here, right? And that's only the sub-agent. It's 11,000 tokens already. So, and I think the context window is 200,000. So what is 11,600 divided by 200,000? Yeah, it's 6%, roughly. So, and I mean, it's right, it's 5% of the context window, and it cannot follow a simple instruction. Cannot follow that it's not supposed to find and grab an arc and whatever through the repository, it should take the file list meta, because here every file is listed and it's listed what it contains. Why is it not even attempting to read it? Oh, damn, I did something. That is so weird. And maybe it's too long, I don't know. Or maybe I didn't write it in capital letters. Source repository, okay. Extract technical evidence for section 2.3 expression parsing from GrammarKit source code. Okay, so that's basically what it gets from the main agent, right? It's not in the constraints agent, but it's... So maybe we should look on that in Markdown, because then we see, right? So this thing is repeated in every sub-agent, so that every sub-agent knows what it's supposed to do. We had that, right? So task management, use to-dos to track your analysis. Okay, nothing to do with what it's supposed to do, right? So section scope, that was really important, right? Because I was telling that before, I think. So I had this thing that basically for a very small subsection, it created so much stuff because it thought that it needs to get all the information available and not give me just the information for this specific context. So that's why there is a critical section here that says extract only features listed, ignore features that belong to other sections, and so on and so forth. Okay, so, and then we have analysis approach. Focus on user face. So, and the first thing is information sources. Read info file meta for documentation relevant files. It's the very first thing. So, the only thing I can think of is that this is code and not a file handle like OpenCode uses it. So that's the only thing I can think of. So it probably should rather be something like that. Info like this. Excuse me. So let's see. Let me go up here. Oh, it's still doing. Well, we will see. It goes right. We can fix it. We can just throw everything away and do it over again. But what I expect is that it, at least if I say, okay, look, here's the outline. This is the very specific section, that it can go through and do exactly what I asked it. And that's why I use sub-agents, right? Because I could put that all in one, but then we had already a context window that's filled with 30,000 tokens. And then this message that please use the file meta file would be below so many other stuff that I'm really sure it would forget it. So what's it doing right now? Can I type? I can type. So info file meta md. That's the right thing to do. So okay. Info file meta md. So then let's just replace it. If OpenCode, because I'm not sure if OpenCode replaces these things with full file names, right? Node test file location in and that's definitely wrong. Test data, because it's GrammarKit test data. Okay. In GrammarKit test data. Special consideration for GrammarKit. Check. So, okay. Let's also, again, right? Test files in. Okay, let's fix that first. So, GrammarKit test data. And I think it's the same prefix here. GrammarKit attribute descriptions, maybe on the source. Oh, no. Where is it supposed to come from? GrammarKit. I don't know. Find. That should work, right? And then we're looking for attribute description. Okay, so this is main messages attribute description. Resources. Okay, so that's the right one. Okay, so it's here, resources, and messages attribute descriptions. So this is the right one. I just copy it like that. Let's see. And the really hard thing is that the more complex this stuff gets, right, the harder it is to find out what exactly goes wrong if something is missing, right? Or even worse is when it creates something good, but it's still incomplete and you don't even notice that it's incomplete. Okay. So what's it doing right now? Sub-agent session, copy editor. Okay. Wow, what's it doing here? GrammarKit distinguishes between binary and okay. It replaced it because it needs a capital N. But it's good. That's why copy editor is there. What did it do here? Operations require the plus modifier of the parentheses. This syntax efficiently handles operator change. This syntax handles operator chains efficiently. Okay. What's the difference? Why does doing efficiently in the end sound better? Does it sound better? I love that. I like that here, for instance. Lambda and let expressions bind very loosely. And it just took the adverb away. Allowing maximum flexibility, right? It's in their bodies. So, are you done yet? No, not yet. Okay, so it needs to, okay, so, I mean, the rest, right, works pretty okay. So if purely from the workflow, it seems to work nicely. So it collected all the evidence, it wrote the topic and created an outline. It drafted the complete documentation. After the draft, it used the copy editor to fix basically the speech in there. And in the end, it fixed the our meta file where we store what page was created when and if it's up to date and so on and so forth. So okay, and we should be done. Yeah, we are. Okay, now the big reveal. Oh God, do we really want to look on it? Okay, let's do it. It's not there. Where is it? Expression parsing. So what did it do? Wrong tab. So expression parsing. Docs, grammar development, expression parsing. So why is this incorrect? Warning, doc file grammar development expression parsing contains a link No. So basically, that runs all the time, and the pages. The following pages exist in the docs directory, but are not included in the navigation. Expression parsing, editorial notes. Okay. Okay, so wait 1 second. So we got this expression parsing, which is under docs and grammar development. So if we look here, grammar development, expression parsing, grammar development, expression parsing. Okay. So let's look into the file. Docs, grammar. Okay, there is something there. So the question is, why is it not displayed. Expression parsing. I don't think it has anything to do with that. I would be surprised by. No, just not showing up. Expression parsing. Okay. I don't know. I hope it's not this, because I want to keep it, because that's another good thing, that the copy editor writes what it did. It's definitely there. Error recovery, expression parsing. Okay, so let's fix that. Core concepts. And of course, that doesn't. Before working with expression parsing, I think we want to look at grammar design. No, grammar syntax. So, and rule design. Maybe it's grammar design. I don't know. So if I save that, we still have one missing link. Rule attributes. Attribute system. Contains a link. Attribute system. Okay, I'm not supposed to have. What? Contains a link. What? Rule. I think I misspelled it. Did I? So, and this should be under maybe reference. Okay. Can I do a dot dot here? Reference. Attributes. There you go. So, okay, the following pages exist in the docs directory but are not included. Okay, it's still just this one. Ah, Christ, I know. I know. No, I know. Look here. That's what happened when you open the online page. Christ, it was working all the time. Okay, so at least there's content here. So expression parsing is a fundamental pattern in language design. GrammarKit. Okay, so that's a useless sentence. It's a fundamental pattern in language design and not explaining exactly what it is. GrammarKit provides specialized features for create sufficient expression parsers with proper operator precedence and activity. Okay. Okay. Expressions versus statement parsing. Expressions compute values while statements perform actions. Oh God, no one will understand that. This distinction shapes your grammar design. Statements require terminators like semicolons. No, not true. You look at Python. Expressions nest within statements and other expressions. Assignments are typically statements, not expressions. Oh God. So this is bad. So if you know what basically expression parsing is, then this is good here. I believe implementing precedence. Yeah, it's so. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. Let's just right? Let's just say, okay, no, that is unfortunately not enough. Use the copy editor to improve the page docs not index, the page docs. We're in grammar development and expression parsing, wherever it is. Editorial notes. Here. Okay. Okay. So the first paragraph does a bad job of explaining the difference between expression parsing and normal parsing, especially sentences like that here. Don't say anything at all. Okay. Edit this whole page and make it, come on, let's give it a much more accessible to people who try to learn and understand expression parsing. Add Add clear. Descriptive information, I don't know. Clear explanations and descriptive information. To understand. Feel free to extend paragraphs and be more verbose. Let's see what it does. So I told it to use the copy editor. Okay, go. And this is an approach that I tested before, right? So I could, for instance, just improve one paragraph or even just extend one sentence if I think it's not good enough. So what does it do? Error, skill human file not found. Available skills, none. It still found it. So let's see what it did. Expression parsing handles mathematical-like constructs where operators combine values according to specific rules. Unlike parsing simple sequences or nested structures, expression parsing must resolve complex ambiguities. Exactly. Okay, so that's a good thing. When you see 2 plus 3, okay, the parser needs to know whether to compute that or the other thing. GrammarKit provides specialized features that solve these operator precedents and associated challenges, letting you define expression grammars that are both readable and efficient, right? So the question is, what did I do wrong that it doesn't write something like that in the first place? Think of expression parsing as teaching. Okay, so the teaching computer thing needs to go away. Computer the same rules you learned in math class. Multiplication before addition, operation proceeding left to right, and parentheses overriding everything else. But programming languages add complexity with assignment operators, function calls, array indexing, and custom operators that all need their proper place in the precedence hierarchy. Okay, I hope that, so to me that's completely clear, but the difference is that I implemented an expression parser myself. So, but maybe it's not as bad as it was before. Understanding the difference between expressions and statements is crucial for parser design. Expressions are constructs that compute and return values. Product produces a result, and even complex constructs like users.getName ultimately yield a value. Statements, on the other hand, perform actions that change program state. The problem is from the problem is from the point of the parser, it doesn't matter. Because Christ. Not even sure if I can open it. Because in Mathematica, everything is an expression, right? And you can say something like, hello. world. Okay, looks like a normal program, does exactly that. The thing is, if we say, okay, don't evaluate that, right? We hold it, and then we say full form, we see that the semicolon is basically just a compound expression with two arguments. The first is print, and the second is print world, right? And there's nothing after, so that the last one is null. So, and basically that's all Mathematica does. It's everything is an expression, everything has a precedence. So maybe, I don't know, maybe it's not so bad to explain it like that. Right? And even if is really trivial. I mean, in Mathematica, you would write like something like that, right? If one is bigger than print, oops, else, I don't know, print something else. So even that is an expression, right? In Mathematica, you don't even have a thing that you can put it on separate stuff, but the rest is completely boiled down tree form, right? It's if greater 1 to print oops, print boing. Easy peasy. So it's still working, that's good. So if I see something like that, right? So yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I think it's okay to explain it like that, right? But statements, on the other hand, perform actions that change program state. They assign variables and so on, right? But even with expressions, right, you can write something like set a to free. It's an expression. So the result of this expression is usually the value we assign. Nevertheless, right, we have a side effect that a is now free, and we changed basically the state of the whole system. And of course, you can write it in infix notation, right? Same thing. Okay, I think in any case, I will read through that, and I think it's a much better resource. Yeah, I think I like that. How much stuff do we have here? I think that is an appropriate length. Missing from docs, expression helper class that implement priority-based parsing algorithm. Missing from docs, expression info caching mechanism. Yeah. So I think we need to do at least one more session. And my hope is that so we still need to fix that it looks into this file with the information about the whole structure of the GrammarKit repository to find information and not grabs its way through the repository. But if that works, right, we could basically just create all pages in a loop if they don't exist already and see how good it is. And then I could talk to people and say, okay, what do you think? What's missing? How bad is it? What needs explanation? And so on. And then we could fix certain things. All right, I guess I go to bed now. It's almost 6. I need some sleep. Thank you very much, C Developer, for hanging out with me. I hope you have a good rest of the night. Don't stress out. Relax a bit, right? Hope to see you next time. Yeah, I think that's it for me. Bye-bye, everyone.